That only ran about 10 minutes more than I was hoping it would. I am currently waiting on somebody who is also sometimes associated with the Go engine stuff to come up with a pipeline for getting my plugins in there. And I'm waiting on that. We'll see what happens. Where I'm at, however, for my coding live stream today is much more along the lines of what we're doing with the metering on this, which is now I have the audio built in. So basically the deal here is I've been working over the last couple of days developing this metering. And it's what's going into Console X3. And I've been spending lots of the last couple of days playing just wild numbers of things through it. Honestly, something I could probably do. Even would make a certain amount of sense. Assuming my ability to operate my computer remains, which we'll see. I guess we'll find out about that. But what I'm thinking of here is I can demonstrate some of the things I was talking about, or that I will be talking about, by creating an effect stack. So let's give that a shot. There's our default size. And let's see. So that isn't available right now, but it soon shall be. I think it's the VSD2 I'm going to want. Let's find out. And there we are. So now using this, and I should, first of all, the window is not operating properly in Twisted Wave, and I don't think there's a thing I can do about that. But, you know, it is what it is. It's also not running unless I run the transport. And I should probably save the stack. And so if I do that, then we can play it. And so this is Synchronicity by the Police. And what I've been doing is working on the visualizations of these, and we're going to be doing a new version of Meter to stack these up vertically. So this is what we already had. That is from the original Meter. You know something? We can also have it not be too distracting, seeing as what I'm doing is talking about things rather than showing you the music, or rather I'm showing you the music on the new metering, and there are many examples I would like to use, but I'm not playing it like I would in a Forbidden or in a Patron video. So here's where we're at with that, and you can kind of sort of hear what is happening, but it's really about what this meter does. So this being Synchronicity 1, this is off of the Police's Synchronicity album. Here's the peak meter, and I've got this stuff over on the side because that's the side that you put display mode on to see this stuff. It defaults to this. If we switch to the middle, we go to a slew rate measurement, and this is not exactly the same as the slew rate in the original one. The original one shows like a bunch of red dots. The positioning of the dots is accurate to what the previous one was, but the way it's being highlighted is somewhat different. So what you're seeing is larger dots showing up when significant things are happening relative to the slew energy being substantially greater than the peak energy. And that can happen anywhere in the signal. And it's going to happen over various kinds of sounds. And what I'm finding is that is a noise that seems to highlight like ear-catching stuff. It won't show up if there's no high-frequency stuff. And it sort of tracks with certain kinds of attention-getting sound. And then the final one, we've got controls over here, the metering over there, and that is the zero cross metering. I've got new labels for all of those lines, and both of the previous ones are set up to be full size rather than half size, because we're switching among them. It's able to draw each of these things, but you got a mode control where you can switch what part you're trying to pay attention to. The zero cross part is of course about bass, and so what I've done is I've included code in here that works on the basis of how loud things are to produce a similar effect to what was already there. And by that, what do I mean? Let's find something suitable. Not sure how easy that's going to be, but never mind. I'll find something suitable regardless. Looking for a suitable example. Or I can just load up random stuff, I guess. We can load up this. This is a Fleetwood Mac track. I have no idea what to expect from seeing this. It's off of Rumors. So what we see is Fleetwood Mac has a pretty dark tone here. In that that's what you're seeing in the green dots. It does have that color association, much like the original meter. That part hasn't actually changed. In fact, I can probably And here's original meter. It's being a little inconvenient, but no matter. We'll make it be way smaller, and we'll make it only show this stuff. And we'll cover the controls, which we're not currently using. So now if we play it, oh, and I also need to move it to where it can see the sounds. And you'll see that although the size of things is slightly rearranged, like this one is 200 pixels, I'm displaying it at slightly more than 200 pixels because the current way of meter being able to operate is that it will rescale, kind of like dark meter did that went into X2 and H and so on. So we've got a default size, and what you see is that it's showing the same thing that it was showing, although I did take out the lettering, and that I feel I'm going to not take out. But here, when we switch over to the intermediate mode, we're now seeing different information. And so what we're seeing here is that it's showing roughly the same kinds of things, but then the size of the dots is handled quite differently. So what it is doing is displaying high frequency highlights. Whether they be quiet, it's still basically along the lines of higher up means louder. But as with the original one, as with this, where larger blue dots means more intensely sonorous, more loud and impressive, and more of them is also better. With this one, more red dots means more ear-catchingly high-frequency oriented. And as you see, this is a dark track, but it is actually showing up here. Events are happening. And we'll bounce it back to the beginning. So if you're doing a hit record style mix, you're going to want to have something happening here, even if you have a largely dark track. And then the last setting, as you can see in the original hit record meter here, we're just drawing zero cross dots. And there's not that much in the way of labeling here. And I'm losing the color thingy because I have enough going on without it. If we switch over to the zero cross mode, and again, the metering labeling will be over here. We're at different frequencies. So rather than having it just be 200 hertz and then 40, we've got 900, 210, 160, 45, 35, and 30. And what you see is we can now plainly see both the kick drum and where it's sitting in the frequency range. And the size of that dot is how loud that kick is. In fact, that's something that I can fool with by, say, boosting it, meaning that we can distort, but also that's putting all the lows way farther down. This is what you would be doing if you were doing bass music. And we're saying bass music. Well, we can throw a quick example if I can find it. I can always search if it comes to that. I had burial in here somewhere. So we can but try, or Deadmau5 says bass music. So here, Sophie Needs a Ladder. You can see that the top meter looks very similar. The red marking at the top is clipping. Overslew, not quite the same thing. But here's what we see. In this case, we've got massive overslew on the original meter, and this is as good as it shows, and that's as good as it shows for low frequencies. Here's the revision. If we switch over to the middle section, rather than looking like this, it's gonna look like this. So you can still see there's a lot of overslewage going on, but it's not covering up the entire meter again. It's just showing that all the high frequencies are pretty overwhelming, which is legit for dead mouse. But of course we can also, if you simply cut the volume, you get to see what he's doing. And you can see that if it was gain staged properly, this is very much sitting in that zone where you've got a pretty spectacular high frequency performance. It's just that this is electro. This is electro house music, and so everything is way louder. By the same token, we can scooch it up to where it begins to clip there. This is the amplitude it would be at. And this is the amount of bass that would be there. As it comes back in, you're seeing bright sounds here. And we turn it back up again. You see that this genre pushes a lot of low frequency stuff. Oh, we can take that out. Remember, this is Airwindows Console X3. So we can straight up take the high frequencies away anytime you want, which then immediately gives us the amplitude stuff. And it's just rolled off because we used the low pass to roll everything off. And then if we examine what the bass area is doing, if you're doing like house music, and I'm talking modern electro house music that is incredibly loud, this might be what you're aiming for. And you can see that the lows are filling a really nice range in here. And it's being displayed in a more useful way than on the original meter. But we're still kind of covering for some of that stuff. So my feeling is this is more useful both in positioning against the zero cross labeling, where it's 30 and 35 and 40 and 100 and so on. And also more useful in the sense of it is able to show you how loud that stuff is. Like if you roll it off, it's still pretty overwhelming, but we can make all those dots much smaller by just rolling off the bass. And in balancing tracks in a mix, or in adjusting the frequency response of things in the mix, you might very well be doing something like that. So to step away from mouse for a moment, here's a cute one. We can do Van Halen's Jump. So this is sourced off of vinyl, and that's why none of it is as loud as a Dead Mouse CD, because a Dead Mouse CD is very much within the range of loudination. And of course, this is a synth pop Van Halen track. If we switch over to the slew area, and again, we can see what the original meter made of this. I would call this more useful for the slew area because it's focusing on what specifically the high frequency heavy elements are doing. And you want to see that show up when you've got stuff happening in the high frequencies that's supposed to delineate a sound. Like if you have a lead vocal or a guitar or something like that, that's supposed to be able to show you what the sound is. Let me give myself just a little bit more volume in here so I can hear what the audio is doing. And we should see stuff happen in the high frequencies when the guitar kicks in. And so the events happening here are guitar-oriented and cymbal-oriented events. So it kind of jumped in when he started playing, and we see this little splatter of sounds. And we also see that event that is a brightness noise happening. Meanwhile, we can also look at what the low frequencies are doing. And zero cross in the original hit record meter, not that helpful, but here what we see is that it's not making those dots too large. So going for like a classic hit record mix or a genre that's not bass music is one where you might want to focus on the balance of things being right. You'd want information all the way down here, but you wouldn't necessarily want it to be ginormous large dots. I can go up to the top here and look for where other acts are that I know about. Honestly, I could be looking at YouTube for some of this. Hard to say. I will do my best here. We can throw on some Pink Floyd and the rock and roll solo section of Money. And they start rocking away like that. Here's how loud everything is. Here's how bright everything is. Dark Side of the Moon is not especially bright. Also, I don't have a blank of the screen for this, unfortunately, but you will see that some of the information is happening here. Also, if we skip ahead, or behind rather, with catch register noises, those catch register noises are registering as high frequency sounds that jump out and catch your attention. So if that counts as a good start to a song that gets people's attention, this telegraphs that there are high frequency noises happening that are attention getting. And we skip back over to here. It's the heavy rock section. It sounds heavy. We don't have that much high frequency stuff happening. Next thing you know, here's that quiet part. Here's where highs start entering the picture. You immediately get a cymbal crash. You immediately get some other little details because the full rock mayhem of everything emerged. And so here we have more of a spattering of this information that wasn't there when everything was blasting away. But there's more. If we go back to this section and see some of our guitar sounds are still catching the ear. We can go to the zero cross meter. And in fact, we're seeing what it is about to do. Zero cross meter is hovering around 100 Hertz when everything is rocking out. But as is fairly common for this kind of stuff, when it kicks to a more sparse thing, low frequencies come into the picture. And this is the distribution of how the low frequencies are balanced out in Dark Side of the Moon, which is a very bassy album. You'll notice that we've got stuff happening all the way down to like 30 Hertz. It's an audiophile album. It does have information down there. But the way they're balanced with the full volume of everything is you will tend to not have as much super low frequency material when everything is going loud like it's doing here. So these are sort of the target things, like it has to be playing for me to fiddle with display mode. If it was in Reaper, I would be able to fiddle with display mode, but then it would also be continuing to track. Here's another example. If we do Def Leppard, and this also holds for AC/DC as done by Muttlange. Here's our peaks. Here's our high frequency details. See? Muttlange Engineering is good at throwing audio details in the highs all throughout the volume range. There's little quiet stuff and loud stuff. And that beginning was loaded with it. And then the low frequency stuff, you can see where the kick drum is. That is also the case for AC/DC, as done by Muttlange. You'll see those dots, they're at a fixed volume. They're not at deadmau5 volume. My idea here is if you're not specifically going for mixing bass music, having the rough sort of density of the dot clouds balance is probably desirable. Like what we've got here in Def Leppard, it's kind of extended down into the bass, but not in such a way that it just rumbles everything, because Muttlange had more important things to do than just rumble your subwoofers. There's just enough there that you can hear it. Here's another thing. We can do a classic remix. So here is your Ace of Base as off of a CD of the time. So it's not actually particularly loudinated. And this is classic boy band Swedish mixage. This is one of the first of that nature. And what we'll see when we switch to the middle meter, same deal as Muttlange. Getting this sound means throwing as much high frequency detail, and again, with the original meter, you don't actually see that. It's not showing you anything useful. It's just saying overslew everywhere and a bunch is happening. But it's not able to throw those unusually large dots like this one here to imply that something useful is happening in this area that maybe you'd want to magnify. And then if we go to the zero cross is amplitude related. So this shows you that this track has humongous lows because it was mixed to have humongous lows. They meant for it to be like that. And I'm thinking either using this or the work I'm going to do on meter, like this one's getting edited to have all of this information in it. If you see it all at once, it should be possible to sort of get a sense of how much is going on, because you'll have this in the top and then this in the middle and then this in the bottom, simultaneously showing what the amplitude and sonority stuff is doing and what the high frequency stuff is doing and whether anything is useful there, and whether the, well, I mean, you never can tell handle toe back. I don't know if I'm going to be going for a dubplate 3, although if you're asking for that, I mean, if you repeatedly ask for that on streams, I'm more likely to listen, because folks who come and hang out with me while I do this get special privileges. Right now, I'm not working on dubplate 3. Let me show you something about high frequencies. We're going to skip out of here and go over to here and then search for things. Namely, let's search for this. So we're going to set it to the high frequency mode. And I'll show you the comparison between this and the original hit record meter, which I can blank. I can't blank this one, but I can blank this one. Honestly, I wonder whether maybe I should put that in so that you could blank it. So it looks like, yep, we are at default values. Again, this now has all the Console X audio stuff built in. I'll be working on that as well today, most likely. Watch this. Stewart Copeland cymbals are very ear-catching as this song begins. And you can kind of see something's happening on the other one, but this one telegraphs that the cymbals are really leading the sound, are really doing the job of making people's ears perk up. And that's not unusual for Stewart Copeland there, but it's right out the gate. Almost the first thing the Police did in terms of making a big hit included this behavior where he's putting on an absolute performance of hi-hat as an instrument. And it's not actually being made a super bright hi-hat. Instead, it's being used as hi-hat as an instrument. This also works for sibilants as well. I can bring up one of these. Let's see which one would be good. It'll bring up all of them. So if we bounce over to synchronicity 1, while looking at the same thing, you'll see that we don't have the same really big, this is not more high frequencies. This is a particular mode of balance between excessive high frequencies and loud high frequencies. It's essentially slew rate relative to peak energy, and this is something I didn't have before, which has now become part of the new form of metering that I'm going to build into the primary meter, and we'll be using that for all of the Forbidden and Patron videos now. So once you get to synchronicity, it's all kind of balancing a particular sort of way. Like, here's our amplitude. Here's our low frequencies. Again, this one was mixed to digital tape. So they were using the bass abilities and they were using the dynamics very strikingly. So this is the sound of Police not on tape, or at the multi-tracked on tape, but then mixed to digital and then mastered to vinyl. And that gives you the extension on the lows that they got, because it is quite extended down into like solid 30 hertz or so is the sound the Police had at this time. And then these spatters of highs are typically sibilants. Although we do have other examples of that as well. Like here's a giant hit. There's several. Oh no, this is the one I was thinking of. So here is Every Breath You Take, and I'll blank this. I can't blank that. Does make me wonder whether I should throw that in. The blank the screen button. So here we go. with this classic hit song. And as you can see, it doesn't look like it's putting on a performance. It's kind of dark. But then, we're still seeing that it's kind of dark, but the high frequency distribution, Sting is the bright spatters of information. That's him singing. And then, low frequencies, it's putting on a performance again. It's the fullest, richest low frequencies in a track that's not overtly bass music. And this isn't a lot of rumble and wow either. And then here we are in that middle slew section, which is where you are telegraphing information, where you're catching attention. Boom. Chorus. Look at what it's doing. Here's your big chorus. By the way, we can glimpse at loudness. Got more sonorous. Bass. It got more sort of mid-rangey. And the high frequencies are really telling the story here. This massive hit song is using all of its parts effectively. So you could say, am I sending too much high frequencies? It depends on when you're sending them. Look, this is the slew rate control. It went into overslew very faintly at the point when the chorus kicked in. But, here's our snare hits. Here is Sting coming in and also crash cymbals and things. And we've got this little smattering of stuff going on up here. By the same token, the amplitude tended to not be up in the top 6 dB, but there was a lot going on. And the bass still had stuff happening in the bass. So yeah, and that track doesn't give you a super high letter score in the original Airwindows meter, which I'm going to keep doing its thing. I'm going to let it continue to say a letter score and stuff because I've been orienting things around that for some time. But and let me also fuss around. What else would be good? Walking on the Moon is considered to be a very big hit. Let's see what's going on with that. I've not actually looked at this one before. So what we've got here, it's beginning. And we're looking at, firstly, loudness. And the loudness for this is not going to go all that crazy. It's a fairly sparse track. Now, if we start looking at the high frequency behavior, what we'll see is whether the high frequency behavior is poking out interestingly rather than simply being loud. You can see that the dots are all throughout here. But if we look at the slew behavior, we see that it's putting on an exhibition of stuff poking out interestingly and catching the ear, because that's what those larger dots are for. And this all is quite new. This is within the last week or so that I'm doing this. And then if we look at the low frequency stuff, we see that it's another exhibition of doing interesting things from upper frequencies right down into the extreme lows. And you can design this stuff around what genre you're in. whether you want to have stuff be sort of more punchy or not. But again, this is the kind of thing that I'm trying to zero in on, that the new behavior for that middle meter, the slew meter, what we've got to the side of it isn't really giving as useful information at all as to what the current one getting built into Console X3 is doing. Because that's showing this interesting spattering of red dots, similarly to how if you were looking at the top meter, the peak meter, it gives you those larger blue dots if you are doing something worthy of note. If you're zeroing in on a particular region that tends to work for people. I've now got something like that for highs, and as you can see, that's across all different amplitudes of highs. I want to look up something. I want to look up this was actually a bigger hit than New Frontier, weirdly. And this is, I don't think this is very playable on YouTube, but so this Donald Fagen solo track, very sparse. There's a lot of space in here. If we go to bass, you see that nothing is overwhelmingly loud, but it does extend really low, which is consistent with anything Steely Dan or anything Donald Fagen. But then when we switch over to the slew-oriented stuff, here we see what this is kind of about. There is a lot of dynamic space in here. We're not really going for stuff that's super loud, although we are getting tiny little hints of overslew here because it's a really bright track, especially considering how kind of spacious it is. But the heart of this sound is really the way that it has those high frequency details poking out pretty much everywhere. And that is a combination of mixing and equalizing. All of the things are kind of equally high frequency capable. I have another example of that, which is an even better feature for talking about this kind of thing while playing through Content Hide D is we got Hotel California, which obviously I can't play on stream. I'm talking about the overslews on 3. It is kind of scaled down in size. I feel I may have adjusted it a little bit. The point is really not so much that it becomes something that you can't do, but that you're going to get more mileage out of larger red dots than just louder highs. And larger red dots mean highs in excess of how loud it is at any given moment, at any volume. So it's relative. It even says slew rate relative to peak energy. Hopefully a useful enough reminder. So if we play some of Hotel California and see that it is very, very quiet, and thanks to Content Hide D, I don't get busted for it, because we're not actually hearing it. We can start looking at what it's doing on the other metering areas, and we're kind of seeing it over here. You can see we've got a bunch of low frequency information. This track goes right down to 30 Hertz. It's got a lot of fullness happening. It's happening throughout. And then lastly, check it out. This is another example of those ones where it's not making the loudest noises, but it is making high frequency noises, look at that, that stick out from the background of the track. And that's a useful thing to know about. Again, what we're seeing, it's not actually a loud track. But the degree to which this is hitting that balance is the notable thing here. Because the original overslew thing wasn't telling you this information. I've got it dialed in to where the slew is able to zero in on something of note. And it's another one of those hit record meter things where you can try to maximize this behavior, and it means you're hitting a kind of balance. Much like maximizing the blue dots means you're hitting maximal sonority and loudness and kind of intensity. With this, we are hitting sort of maximizing clarity, and it is telegraphing where the detail is jumping out of this and sounding cool. And yeah, hit record. This is an enormous hit record. So you can't just go by, is it as loud as everything else, or is it louder than everything else? This is a form of studying what it's doing in the high frequency range. And check this out. This is the quiet part. Look at what it's doing. During that quiet section, the loudness area is just gone. Like, nothing there. Bass area, nothing there. This area, all of a sudden, that has taken over all the attention. And it is continuing to throw those cues of something exciting is happening, listen to this. And it's just telegraphing it through other means. I found a way of telegraphing it through slew information where you can key in on what's keeping people listening. And we've got that going on for the guitar solos as well. By the way, we can also zoom in on low frequencies are coming into the picture here. We've got the outro. And you can see there's a fullness happening. We're going down to 60 hertz or so. They're playing loud, so it's not quite as full. But a bunch of these some of these noises are cymbals, but some of these noises are guitars. Similarly to how the large blue dots are not always, but often somebody belting. Some of this is the edge of a guitar cutting through. It's certainly louder than some of the hats, like this bit over here is hi-hat, but these bits are the guitar riffs. The lead guitar parts are all coming through as like notable moments that sounded cool. And they're being shown on the meter. Also, by the time they're going into this final outro, we're going into filling up the bass with information as well. So you got fullness coming through here. And then the loudness is all sitting up here. And the sonority is coming through with larger blue dots here as well. Oh. And there's that fill in the zero cross. It's this loud, but no louder. There you have it. So let's, first of all, let me be sure that this is going to be there for me. We'll save it just like that, because I may very well want to get back to it. So what I'm here to do today, other than not drink any more coffee because I've been drinking too much. I got barely any sleep last night because various things get in the way. So I was up at like 1, but I did nap a little bit around about dawn. Sometimes when too many ideas are coming or when too much is going on. I often wonder how that works. Like sometimes it seems like stuff that is happening gets my attention, and I only find out later, like, okay, why is it that got my attention? I just had to reschedule a furnace cleaning, and the person who needed to rearrange that, which is going to be tomorrow now, unexpectedly having to do a furnace cleaning tomorrow is enough to have me losing sleep. I just didn't know it was going to happen. I cleared with them that I do have until the end of the month to pay them for this. And I had a little left over from last month's budget thing, but I do want to pay for the furnace cleaning directly rather than take it off of that, because I'm trying to deal with what the next year's budget plan is going to be, because it has the capacity of being impossibly high, and I'm trying to keep that from happening. Anywho, I wonder whether I can open this in a new window. Hey, sure looks like you can. Got there. So here's my job for today. I would like to make a new version of Meter and push it to the GitHub, and also be able to get the GitHub integration to build it for other people to be able to use as well. That includes all of these updates. So there's a couple of things that I can do about that. So here we are trying to open Xcode. Yep, there it is. And I'm thinking in terms of what can I do to make this work with the new conditions. And I'm just looking at what we've got here. So there's a number of concepts going on. One of them is I have already rewritten Meter into the new format so that I can switch between these panes rather than drawing them all at once. Now I want to put that backwards so that rather than switching between these panes, I am drawing them in 3 panes on one graphic. It's going to be a different sized graphic. I'm in the process of figuring out how I can resize that. And we do have that reset button. That should be fine. And then we have this being ready to go, but it's going to be a matter of how tall do we make this thing? And we're certainly not going to have the width and height be that. But it might be almost arbitrary. So that probably you mustn't mind me freezing up like this. I'm just getting rolling. I'm thinking in terms of, do we make the entire window some useful size? Like for instance, 720p? That could work. We don't have any size-related stuff there. Ooh. We'll see what we have here. And this is just feeding us values. So technically we don't need that stuff, but we may need, oh look, this is another place to do it. See whether that works. Again, we're back to here. I'm not entirely sure if this is going to behave itself. We do at least have that sorted. In theory, that might make it so that it snaps to default size if both of those things are less than 8 or impossibly large. And then we've got this stuff, which is the things that I will be updating. And some of this actually gets an update as well. Why? Because with the new plugins, I am attempting to do dark mode. And I went to some trouble getting that to work too, so let's see whether we can support it. And that's not how we're going to do it. You get out of the way. There we go. You can get out of the way as well, I think. And I'm going to try to look up Airwindows UI, but from the new version. So let's see. Let's open that in BBEdit. I think it'll look about the same. Very good. We're not soft wrapping text, so that should be behaving. New one, new sizes. Now here's where things get a little different. So let's see. Going to be a space there. And then this is where we fall back to light gray or apply track color or all of this stuff. That comes in before. Hey, Aurora. Looks like I have an additional line here which I could use. Making allowances for K. We're going to have this also be what's here. even this. We don't have any knobs on this one, so this is slightly moot, but I want the code to be the same. Because who's to say whether I maybe start building something from this? So far so good there. We have a whole bunch of replacements for default color. Therefore, we're going to use this new code for default color. And we shall see what that does. Goes in before apply tricolor. I think we're able to build. Yep. So what that now means is I can open Airwindows Globals. Ooh. Fair. Yeah, that sounds like a good mode. That sounds like a good way of going about it. Now let's see what that looks like. Fire up ye olde effect stack. There. So it has reset this to an itty bitty size, and the new one doesn't want to resize properly, and that's fine. I already knew it was going to do that. Here's our new meter size. It remembered the size that I had it. And we're using this gray watercolor JPEG. So, without changing anything, ooh, I know. Let's demonstrate. We can do user color as dark gray, but we'll find that that's not really a very good dark color. Like, see the background color of this? And I have to switch over to this to do that, and then effect stack. So this is what it considered dark gray to actually be. But that's not really a good dark mode. Look, it doesn't fit with the rest of the windows at all. So what we're going to do user color becomes dark mode. It will also honor that if it doesn't have anything. Or I guess we can find out, can't we? We'll hit save. Open it up. Boom. That now matches dark mode color pretty well. Now it looks a little freaky, but no matter. That's closer to what you'd get if you were going for specifically dark mode color. Not only that, there's a light mode as well. Where if you're not actually using anything, it can default to that. Or arguably, if you specify that it's going to be it. You can get this very bright color, which is we're on a Mac, so that is the Mac light mode background color. Matches other Mac colors of that nature. And then if we specify absolutely nothing, we should finally have it being that it tries to respect what the user probably is going for if they've got like dark mode engaged and they've done literally nothing, and they've also not got Airwindows Globals. So this is what we default to if you have dark mode selected in your OS. There's also a Windows version, which is also covered. And as you see, Meter is also honoring the same color now. Much like these interface windows are doing the same thing. Hey, Grants, reasonably good. Not my best day ever, not my worst. Let's just see if we've got this back now. Yep. And so there's my texture for that stuff. Yeah. You folks are probably really hot, honestly, right now. To hear Aurora tell it, yeah. We're going to be getting more crazy hot in Thursday, Friday over here. So, new color is engaged for a new version of Meter. Oh, the heat left you? Good. Well, now I'm wondering, should I be editing this? Okay, we set a default color, but that doesn't necessarily mean... Oh, hang on. Got to do a little bit more work here. We're going to go and find Documents Airwindows. Here's where Airwindows Globals lives. I feel I should test this. So here's our Donald Fagan. Here's our effect stacks. That is the default thingy. You can just barely close this. I'm going to resave it in this new position. Now let's see what happens when we moved Airwindows Globals to the desktop just for a moment. Mimicking what would happen if somebody did not have this installed. It should go and try to load it again, but it won't be able to. What do we get? Okay. Alrighty, if you don't have an Airwindows Globals, it's going to go for whatever your default mode is, and it'll go for dark mode if that's what you normally use. Cool. And then all I've got to do is put Airwindows Globals back. Ooh, Twisted Wave crashed. That's funny. I don't know what was the matter with it. Let's reopen. Back to the original. Cool. Alrighty. Ooh, hey, crazed and confused. Well, thank you. I'm glad that that's working out for you. We're not really doing DSP coding today, but we're doing graphical coding. So here's where we're going from here. I'm going to try something. Yeah, you might have missed my initial demos. I'm not sure this is the best example. Here. So I'll bring you up to speed. So this is what I was doing over the last couple of days, and I'm building it into Airwindows Meter proper so that I can start using it for all of the patron videos and for all the forbidden. So here we are looking at original meter and also the new one. So I'll make that be a little bit larger. We'll set the display mode to the high frequency one. So the thing about the new high frequencies is I'm going to be trying to make a thing this size to take up the space of what was this panel in the original meter. Ooh, no, don't put the fingers in the, that's like 48 volts. Don't lick it either. That would be bad. So here's the thing where we're looking at the high frequency behavior of Roxanne by the Police. In regular meter, we just see that there are bright things. In the new version of meter, we see something special is happening. Here's loudness. Here's bassiness. So what this means is that the high frequencies of this track contributed to it being a hit record. They are nailing a particular behavior where there's always something ear-catching and interesting happening in the sound at all volume levels. So this is not simply higher up means a larger dot. The larger dotness is slew relative to how loud the peak is. And that can happen across all levels. And pretty much anywhere it shows up here, larger dot means it's going to sound good. Oh no, it made a horrible... And yeah, that's what I've been working on, and that's what I'm building into meter, rather than what you see here, which is same dots for the peak display, but then only this, where it could be this, and that's what's being changed. And then also we've got a new low frequency display as well, whereas the zero cross isn't that good. But with the new zero cross, what you get to see is basically how loud those things are. And the idea is if it's optimal, it should balance pretty well. Also, check that out. All the ear-catching voice lines as well as cymbal lands are making a red splash. No. I don't think you can damage the microphone by touching the prongs accidentally. You can see as they're rocking out, we're going to get low frequencies showing up more around here, which is typically what you do when things are going loud. The volume is sitting around here. We're going to show all these things simultaneously. So watch what happens in the high frequency zone when he goes into the Eddie Murphy extremely brazen Roxanne voice part. Actually, let me re-fire that again. Watch this. You got a little splat there when he belted. And that is also a loud noise here, but it turned into an even more ear-catching noise there. And that's his voice. Were you doing a one of those new Shure SM7s that also has a USB? Probably wouldn't. I don't normally have to go around covering up the XLR prongs on any microphone. But yeah, that's what I've been working on, is getting this to go. I have been going through all manner of tracks using it. That's not that. What else do I have here? Don't mind me trying to find things. Yeah, this has been a day for observing some of this stuff, figuring out how that stuff worked out. And there were other examples, like I dialed it in, so things like burial. Ooh, look, we have multiple copies of all of these things. So we can do Burial Archangel. One of the things interesting about Burial's use of Vinyl Crackle is real good at livening up this area. Like, it's very good at filling all of space with big red dots. See, there's some right there. But then when we go over to the zero cross, here we see a zero cross is just showing areas around 40 hertz or whatever. New version, we get a little more discretion. It's showing it as being big blocks, not humongously huge blocks, but it's bass music, so it's doing that. And then it's showing where it sits relative to 45 and 30 hertz. And it's pretty good of not going lower than 30 hertz, but it's right down there. And it's showing us a picture. It's showing us a picture of where all of the bass amplitude is sitting and how it balances. So we have effectively a little more resolution in what the bass is actually doing in this track as we go. And we've got some little events happening in the highs as well. Not too dissimilar from when we were looking at like Hotel California, even though it's a completely different genre. But it's still throwing this kind of information there to make things interesting. It's just completely different sounds, but it's still filling the same role. And then here's what it's really trying to do, which is it's bass music, it's making bass. And you can see it's nicely well balanced. It's a cloud of dots. And the cloud of dots, it's large enough to say this is clearly bass music. This is about making this area be loud. Other things, like if I was to play something by Mutt Lange, we would be seeing stuff happening down there, but it wouldn't be as big. In fact, let's literally do that now. There you go. Note that there will be big spots here. Some of that is Final Crackle. So here we got Back in Black. And, well, the power is about the same. It's just that the original meter wasn't showing it to you properly. So now that we have that playing a little tiny bit, you can see that this also goes just as low. See, it goes just as low, but the dots are not as large because it's not bass music. It's mostly just doing a full range sound. So you've got this stuff represented, but it's not making the dots as big. And then hit record meter. So when they're going at full crank, we see this pattern. Big dots here. And then as we go back into the verse, where it's quieter, here's where those red dots are spilled all over the... It's like Mar-a-Lago in here, man. Okay, not as bad as all that. But this is hit record sound. This is a new window on what it can mean to be doing hit record sound. You can dial in having an obvious kick drum by, is it visible down here in the bass, the kick, and how big are the dots? If the dots are too big, you may have overemphasis on that. Here's where our amplitude is. There's a little bit of room for making things be louder, but that's because this is off the vinyl record. And in AC/DC, Angus Young is a guitar hero. So what you're going to find is stuff is jumping out. Let's talk guitar heroes for a moment, because I have a fun thing to show you here. So there's our guitar solo off of Back in Black, giant hit record. And as you can see, the sounds jump out just as much on that guitar solo as they were with the lead vocal singing. Hey, DK. But when we're talking Guitar Hero, there is a name that comes to mind, namely Eddie Van Halen. So we can play this, and you can see that what it appears to be showing you is, yeah, it's kind of bright. It's not optimal until you do this. So this is Eruption. So when you have the literal guitar solo of all guitar solos, this is Eruption, and this is what you hear. So when Eddie Van Halen was impressing everybody with like shredding with his guitar, this is what it shows. This is what it originally showed in Hit Record Meter, is, oh look, all of the dots are red, so it's presumably not as good as if they were all blue for maximum sonority. But he wasn't going for maximum sonority, he was going for maximum excitingness, and this is the picture of what that turns into. Across all amplitude, it's doing about the same kinds of things, and we can continue that. And bass is like that. Loudness is like that. When he goes into the tapping, it's not quite as aggressive, but it's still sitting in that place. It's not quite as gritty as when he's fully shredding with a pick. But this is still a picture of literally just filling space with like hit record dots. Yeah, no, this is continuing the journey. So yeah, if we're talking about high frequency sounds to make people be excited, I now have a meter that is able to register high frequency sounds that make people be excited. And Van Halen's Eruption is certainly an example of high frequency sounds that made people be excited and desperately want to produce that tone and do those things. So now if you're trying to dial that in your computer, you have some reference to use. Dial it in so that your guitar does this. Simple as that. Or presumably it's simple, and maybe it's not as simple as it looks, but we do at least get to dial that kind of stuff in a way that can be more helpful. I'm going to shuffle my screens around a little bit. Oh, Grens, I have literally not done that yet. Let's find out. All of this checking out audio. Here we go. Now let's see what we get. That is I'm glad that you mentioned that because it's going to be very interesting. So AA, wild cheering. That's about as intense as it gets. What do each of these things do with my new effect stack? It has returned to its base size. That's fine. Alrighty. So here's our darkness, bassiness, loudness. It's not doing as much in terms of brightness for AA. AA seems to be emphasizing top meter. It'll get the top meter to AA eventually. And then low's not doing anything that interesting. Cool. Optimal mass market rain. What do we got this time? Because that's getting to the amplitude of BD. We've got a slightly broader space here. And then how about this one? Okay. So this is not actually giving me a performance where I'm getting giant dots showing up on this setting. Maybe other rain sounds are going to get me there. So, deep vibrain. Ah, okay, this looks interesting. Bassiness, pretty much about the same. Ah, okay. Alrighty then. So when we've got it set up to do a vibier thing, we're starting to see more in the way of maxing out this behavior. Yeah. So it could be what we expect to hear out of this kind of context. And again, the original meter is not showing us anything useful here. It's just a line of dots, but this is showing me dots that are doing something more interesting. Airy light rain. Quietest possible rain. So there we have the maximum space. Amount of bass in there is not very much. Alrighty. Well, that just tells you the whole story right there, doesn't it? So to follow the line of thinking I was doing originally for this stuff, if the wild cheering rain stuff getting a super high score is the equivalent of us being evolved to be able to hear through that kind of thing, this is a similar kind of condition in that it would imply our ears are evolved to also hear through lower intensity rain, and so we get more engaged as organisms. And note how the hit record meter to the right there is not really showing us anything particularly interesting. Just a bunch of red dots. But now we know red dots aren't necessarily bad. You can optimize them. This would be them optimized. Very interesting. Also, what happens if we start turning the volume down? Even quieter rain. Wow, okay. Well, alrighty then. If we're going with sculpted rain sounds really tend to maximize this behavior. So essentially, this behavior in music, getting us to pay attention to music and go, oh, immediately, that's a record, that's a hit record. I'm going to listen to that record lots more. That's exactly what I want to hear. Events like this are happening in the sound. And this is essentially a picture of the natural sound that most closely approximates that behavior in recorded music. Very interesting. And it's wild how much I can turn it down. It's a perfect map for what this behavior is. All of these little, it's all maximizing, the sound of rain is maximizing the behavior in this meter. Yeah, bursts of such sounds. So it's a combination between that and the ability to, on the other meter, so the heavy rain acts like this. And then the arbitrarily light rain acts like this. It's all sort of gradation between these things. You'll either be optimizing for one or the other, or both. Or kind of all of the above, really. I don't know if we optimize for thunder. I'm not sure if there is an example of that works. Well, you know, Burial threw vinyl record surface noise in his music and did very well by that. There is no reason you couldn't be using rain sounds as people do. I listen to a music producer on YouTube all the time, goes by Eternal Dystopia. And they're basically an ambient musician. They do these long sort of spacey jams and things. And always include rain as part of their sound. And I have an endless appetite of listening to that stuff too. It's amazing. Eternal Dystopia already uses rain as an element. If you are making ambient music, you could do a lot worse. then to use rain in one form or another. You decide which kind you want. Decide whether you want to do heavy rain or decide whether you want to do really light rain. And yeah, that probably should do a purest rain. Come to think of it, I do have other things. Hang on. We're doing experiments. Here's Voice of the Starship. Don't need to hide that. Could do with that being a little bit louder, probably. There we go. So that could be louder. So let's adjust it as follows. We're dialing in some of these things. Let's get a natural sounding ambience. Thunder. Okay, we get into clipping here. So what's going on there is I am throwing Voice of the Starship and seeing how that monitors. What point does it not distort too hard? Turn it down just a hair. And we're now looking at Voice of the Starship as a low frequency noise generator because it is a Brownian wandering noise. And we can adjust the filter. Guess 0.5 is about halfway, huh? And this is near as damn it a decent representation of the low frequency behavior and what you could expect to get if you were dialing in your lows appropriately with various algorithms for voice. And then here's the 11 setting. And it does look like we can voice it in such a way that, oh, no, that's too far. trying to balance it against the subs. So this is letting a lot of subs through. Also, we can play with the high pass and low pass too. Okay, so we've leaned it up to where the low pass isn't doing as much, but it still kind of is. If we voice it exactly like this, we're getting extreme low frequency content that is balanced with everything else going on. And it looks like we have about 1 bit of gain available. There we go. So maybe a little brighter. So yeah, that becomes amplitude does this. Brightness does this. There's like no brightness here at all. And zero cross meter does this. So then if we take a resonant high pass and bring it in, it's affecting the sound in that it's emphasizing what's up there. Blue dots now. Less resonance. Add resonance and you're adding more lows to it as well. And then the raw sound. Oh, you're interested in seeing what it scores? It is too bassy to score very highly. Although, what if? So this is just raw voice of the Starship. It replaces the sound with its own output. So you've already got this plugin. You can use these settings on it. Algorithm 12, filter 0.621049 is more or less optimized for this particular behavior. I had to add 2 bits of gain, but on the whole, pretty respectable. Does a good job of testing noises for appropriate behavior. And again, if we go to the high frequency zone, ain't nothing happening at all. And at our peaks, we are actually distorting occasionally. Ooh, saturated. EDM has actually not been loudly clipped. Think like minimal techno and stuff. There's plenty of stuff where it uses space. If you're at EDM volumes, you have space available. Yeah. Ooh, I wonder if we can play with this a little bit more. Oh, isn't that interesting? Still cold though. Creeping up. Tell you what, I gotta go rinse my coffee cup out. I'll leave this going. Such a delightful noise. I do actually have to also do this work, so we'll do some of that. So on stream, we've now studied the parallels between natural phenomena and found that for like deep rumbly spacey things, the zero cross is doing a nice job. We found that light rain is the best model for the slew area, and I didn't realize that was going to work as well as it did, but it kind of follows, doesn't it? It kind of makes sense. I need to port this to that. So we're not going to be using these things. But we're going to be retaining some of this stuff. So really the thing I'm stuck on, to the extent that I'm stuck on anything, because it's like, well, we'll get through it one way or another. To the extent that I'm stuck on anything, I am trying to find where in meter it makes the screen be this size. Because I know I'm defining a screen and drawing things. It's possible that I'm just getting confused by the fact that I'm drawing directly to the window without even using an off-screen bitmap. Maybe that's what's puzzling me. And that's fine. Like, nothing wrong with getting puzzled by things. And here's where some of this stuff needs to be edited. That means I'm going to need to look up Airwindows UI CPP. From X3 that I'm working with. And we're going to leave off this linear and rotary slider stuff because we're not using those. But this, on the other hand, this is going to require some attention. So let's see. I'm bouncing back to this because I'm like, what am I missing? Probably this bit. Yeah. So basically what's confusing me is the fact that at no point am I actually setting the size of this window. All that's happening, I do not know what you mean by scope, so I can't answer that question. What I'm doing is keeping a record of the width of the window, and that determines when the moving line crosses from one end to the other. The height of the window, in meter, I'm not actually keeping track of it at all. All that's happening is I'm drawing off screen and I'm making it possible to shrink the window. However, in X3, everything is being shrunk to a size. So technically, I could make VSB display height divided by 600. No. I have no plans for an oscilloscope. That didn't enter into my calculations at all. There are people who have made those things. And a goniometer, the same thing. I thought it was maybe the same thing. So here's meter. And how many of these things could I just swap out, I wonder? Let's find out. We're going to be not having the... Is it wrapping? Dang it, you. Don't soft wrap the text. It's easier for me to work with this without it. Alrighty, so here's from console X3. Here's the bits that I'm starting with. And here is same but not the kind that I'm using. And also not scaled. So what's that going to take? Let's start with bringing this on over. It won't do any harm because if I'm not using it, nothing will happen. So logically, I think what can happen here is that I can just start bringing over bits as are needed and maybe commenting out the stuff that's not. I have never tried a oscilloscope from FooBar 2000. Honestly, I don't know what FooBar 2000 is. I don't know why I'm dragging my feet with this. I know that I can get a version of it from GitHub. So there's nothing I can really do here to permanently break anything that I couldn't just skip. Or just not worry about. So I don't know why I'm dragging my feet so much. Let's try this. If I do that, assume that the height is 600 instead. And then just straight up replace some of these things. Boop. But guess what? We're going to do it twice. Because we're doing the original 200. Then there's going to be another 200 for the slew. And then there's going to be yet another set of markings. Maybe I should also add the borderline markings. And then we're going to lose this. So, So 182 becomes 200 plus 182, then 400 plus 182. That gives us 5. There. It is now drawing the lines for the zero cross meter. I got to line everything up for the zero cross meter. Also, this setting of color and setting of font is not correct, but I'll worry about that in a minute. We're not doing that here. Ooh, this might be a fine place for me to draw the dividing lines. Let's find out. We're going to see if any of this works. Maybe it won't. Nobody can tell. 200. And then 400. That should draw lines between these things, and I'm not doing anything else very much just yet. But a lot of this stuff is going to be directly taken. Let's assume we don't need to draw this yet. Okay, so my boundaries are apparently, okay, so I was already drawing those things then. Fine. Let's literally copy this and bring it up here. So if we do this, we're not drawing any of these texts because they're getting replaced anyway. But then in theory, this is the code I was looking for originally. But then we don't use that. And then there's 400 instead of 300. Remember how I want these to be 200 high? In theory, that'll do it. Let's find out. And I have failed to bring it up to speed. Well, there's nothing we can do about this. We are no longer drawing it quite the same, are we? But we're still apparently trying to draw them as ints. I guess we're going to find out whether that looks okay or not. So we'll lose this. We've already got code for doing that. I've just repurposed it. Oh, by the way, I have a funny thing that I could briefly break to show you. Check this out. I've been working on my control surface. Same old control surface as before with the same faders, although I've got them in a slightly different order, so I'm going to have to edit Airwindows to cover that. Same joysticks, but different bank and knobs. So this would be my Dynamics 3. Here's the gain trim. Here is more, the saturation happens after that. Here's my low pass and high pass. Here is the meter type. It's going to live on here on the control surface so that I can go up, let's go zero cross, boop, and then it's zero cross. Or let's go slew, boop, now it's slew. And then this is the smooth control, which also lives on the control surface. And then these are going to be accents. And this little guy here is pan. And we only need this many for Console X3. It doesn't have as many knobs. So I got to simplify that. And I'm pretty happy with simplifying that. Also, the reason they are the ones on the left side is because I'm sitting it, or the right side is because I'm sitting it to my left. So that is just more reachable. And I'm looking forward to getting to do that once I finish all of this other work that I'm doing. It'll really be kind of neat bringing all of this to bear on getting into the studio and recording more music, because like I've got old songs with words and singing and stuff that I wrote when I was like a kid, just a long time ago, that I've never done anything particularly useful with. Yeah, that is just Yaletex. Yaletex is in Argentina. They can custom make you a board. They made me that, cost me a bunch of money. You can make slightly smaller ones too, though. Honestly, it would be worth me designing a smaller size that would cover what X3 does, but I'm not really in a position to get another board by them. I've kind of got to just use that one. I've managed to get that one back when I was doing the original Airwindows Console X. And so now everything has to use it because it's not like I can go and get another anytime soon. Anyways, where were we at? We just made some changes here. Let's see what this does. Should build. So, we can do some rain. But now, if we look at meter now looks like this. Because what it's for is for drawing some of this stuff in a more appropriate way. Like we're going to be drawing peak, slew, and zero cross. Nothing else is up to date. Only those things are adapting. But they are adapting, so I do have that going on. The idea is to bring all of those other ones in along the same lines and then essentially just set it up so that it draws all of them at once rather than only drawing some of them. Like, because the original one was drawing the top one and then the middle one and the bottom one. These are 100 high. This is 200 high. This extra thing here is not being used. And these need to be located more appropriately. I think I'm going to lose bright sonority and dark. Although it does... Yeah, I think I might lose bright sonority and dark. But I'm keeping the letter score, and that has to stay, and that has to continue saying the same thing that it did before, because I've been measuring all of these records and storing them up, and so I've got them organized essentially by overwhelmingness and excitingness. I've got all my like AA tracks. I've got the A category ones. I've got the B category ones, which are more mass market hits and so on and so forth. So let's see. We got some of this sorted out. How much of this is the same? That information is the same. Some of this other information will need updating. So what are we going to do here? Let's start by taking sections and reinterpreting them. So we're going to want to take this section and bring it in here. So we're going to use this, but we need to bring information from here. And we're also going to do this. I think I can simply remove that statement and that statement. And then all I will have to do is remove these. And technically what happens if I run this right now is it will draw all of these things on top of each other. So what immediately needs updating? Well, we started with color. Honestly, while I'm at it, I might as well drag this over as well. Copy. And you're going to follow the same rules. So here's what we're doing. We are removing the if statements because we no longer have that switch. And in so doing, we're putting brackets on things that don't need them, meaning that they will basically all run. You can just put brackets in places. It's like putting parentheses in a math statement. Putting more brackets means if I declared something inside the brackets, it would go away. But we're not really doing that. We're just kind of doing this. What I don't have is all the stuff from the original meter where it is keeping track of things like the letters and the scores and such that I'm going to want to be able to use. And if I leave those things, oh, hi. Why do I have an else if here? Oh, no matter. So I'm not going to end up needing some of this stuff. But for now, I'm leaving it there. However, we can at least comment out those things, and that'll get those errors away. Or it won't. Hang on. Spoke too soon. So the shadowing is the lesser of two evils. I'll deal with that elsewhere. Meanwhile, here is the thing. So we set color. Here's our peak drawing. That's peak drawing. That's drawn at appropriate places. Slew drawing and zero cross drawing, each of those need to be offset from a different position. So what position is that going to be? Well, it's going to be 400. This part stays the same. It's scaled correctly. This, on the other hand, needs to be drawn in its new position. So we're going to go with that, and we're going to go with this. And that's now the new position of the slew dots. So what remains? 0 cross dots. Those remain. Across the same amount, and we're going to have 400 plus for this. This is starting as meter 0L. Its highest position is starting at 0 and going up, and its lowest position is ending up at 200, and the F min here means that it's clamped and can't go beyond a certain amount. So it's going to be 400 plus F min times Vs. And that should work there too. Technically, we can simply lose this. I feel like it would be harmless, though. Let's see if we're now drawing both of the things at once. Will it build? Or am I in an intermediate? Nope, it did build. Okay. Let's see what we're looking at now. Oh, and I have forgotten to close Twisted Wave, so let's build it again. I tend to assume it can't actually build if the thing that it would be replacing is active and being used by a program. I feel like macOS won't let you write to something that is being used. What have we got that's music I can actually use? Not a lot. You know what? The rain noises are fine for this. Boom. It's going to draw weird stuff all over the screen. Let's watch. So that should be right. Where's the scaling happening? Well, that should still be right. I'm a little puzzled. Oh, well, I shut it off. No matter. Well, you know what my next job is? I got to go and find the stuff within this. We're going to be deleting all of this, but we can't just immediately do that. Like that. What we got to do is go and find all the bits that I need to include. That's probably fine. It is at least what we were using before. Maybe shadowing the local variable screwed things up. But else, if peak larger than 1, So get a load of this. We have this stuff to do. But how much of that like I reworked this code. It was full of a whole bunch of math that didn't need to be done. It was not useful math. Also, I have gone this entire time without fussing with my gain. I can't blame you for not being able to hear me because I usually have to push the loud button once. And I did not do that all day. So we're looking at where it says ps.hypel, vibel, and sizeL. But we're just generating that directly rather than calculating out hype and vibe. But are we using hype and vibe for anything elsewhere? Is my big question. We know that we're doing this. And we do have hype, but we know what hype is. Hype is just the golden ratio. Meaning we're also knowing we're doing this. Or are we? Yes, we are. So, see, that goes under defining size R. Lovely. I'm assuming I'm leaving hype defined. Yeah, I don't know if I'm seeing anywhere else that I'm using these. These are just intermediate calculations. We replaced all of this with much simpler stuff. Meaning we can do that. Meaning now I'm looking for everywhere I'm doing stuff with peaks, mid peaks, etc. So what are we doing there? P.size L larger than 1. We're going to need brackets again. Because size larger than 1, set color, mid peaks. And same is going to follow for under here. I'm going to try to do these in parallel to the best of my ability. Hopefully there is such a thing as a best of my ability. Okay, mid peaks. There we go. Yikes. Didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that. How about this? Nope. Nope. You bulky beast. Oh, now it does it now that it has the wrong thing in there. Look at this. It's got the wrong thing. But now it's fine. Ooh, and we're still complaining. It's because it had the wrong thing. There we go. So now I've got mid peaks in there. Got to keep going. More. So, wild. We're drawing the rects. Well, maybe let's not draw the rects. Doesn't matter if we draw the rects or not, as long as this is happening where it should. Slew L larger than peak L means bright peaks. Else dark peaks. And we are going to try to drag all of these things even though Xcode absolutely does not want to let me do it. And I don't care. I'm going to try to do it anyway. It's fighting me every step of the way. It's really stubborn. Go. Nope. Come on. What's it going to take? What's it going to take for you to let me do this? It's very bulky. It's very being a pain in my butt. Come on, let's keep going. Let me drag this damn thing. What have I got to do to get you to let me drag this damn thing? It's called drag and drop. The Macintosh just about invented it many years ago. What do you mean you can't do it now? I do not want to get over to just copying and pasting because my heart is set on being able to do this through dragging and dropping. There you go. Now, I've gotten completely lost and I don't know where to drag it, but I know that it is the else of slew L larger than peak L. So that's what I had in mind. And we'll worry about straightening out these brackets later. Now I have to do exactly the same thing all over again. For the right meters. So we're looking for mid peaks and we got to make this little pattern of bright peaks and then dark peaks. Let's see if that is remotely possible. There's a mid peaks. And then if slew L larger than peak L, so it's going to be slew R larger than peak R. That's where it needs to go. And it's going to act kind of like this. So now I got to go and do more of the drag and drop. My nemesis, drag and drop. Let's see if it's doable. Bright peaks, dark peaks. Here's where we're taking this from. Does not want me to do it. Come on, honey. What is it that's different? That I can click on you 27,000 times. Boom, got there. Now it doesn't want to drop it in the right place, but mid, bright, and then dark. My dexterity leaves much to be desired. Yeah, you're not wrong, Intrets. You nailed it. That was what it was throwing up about. Okay. I don't think I need to worry about these zero cross dots. And I've already got momentary score. Let's see if we can literally make all of this go away. Be gone with you. So we do have a whole bunch of other mess. Ooh, and then we're going to lose all of this mess. Let's see how much I can make all of this mess go away. All of you. And then all of you. But this stuff stays. Seems to not be complaining. But this needs to be translated into, okay, moving line is going to go to $5.99, not just $3.99. Cool. That should work regardless. This stuff needs some help. So display width, height, and then 174 times the S gives me the number, except for that is now float. F, that should be. So everything gets turned into float. That is not in the right place. Are you still complaining of this, even though we're pointing at a float now? You seriously? Or does draw text not able to, oh, or is it this one? Is display width an int? Or does draw text only take ints? It's a mystery. There's more one way around that. Oh, we're still doing it, aren't we? I bet I can work around that. It'll just be messier. Boom, now what do you think about that? Aha. That doesn't mean they're in the right place. They're almost certainly not. Well, the first one is and the second one is not. But remains to be seen, I guess. Let's see what we made. In theory, we made something and it works and it does something. Let's open up some music and run one of my test thingies, namely effect stack. Because now we have a 3-meter position-y thing. So some of this is clearly not working. It's fine. Also, what the hell does dark equals 124% think it means? That's crazy. Alrighty. And we're beginning to try to show things appropriately, so those should look the same. Mind you, I could draw the lines on there, although I don't really need them. There's no special reason they couldn't be there. That stuff looks the same. That vertical slash does not. Also, I'm not drawing any of my meter stuff. I've not labeled everything. That kind of sucks. So, these lines are not right. They're supposed to look like this, but they don't. I'd like to know why that is. What am I missing? So a bunch of the rest of the stuff is fine. But this is not. This is not fine. Why is that? Is it because the size of this is being multiplied by Vs, which is bigger here than it is here? If everything was scaled to be in this position, maybe it would be the same. A bunch of the rest of this seems to be basically fine. Yeah, there's a problem. Okay. That's my working theory for what's going on there. Now, there is also this issue. What's up with this? So, honestly, I'm not sure I need this. Rating fine, text score maybe no point. But let's try to fix that problem. And the rest of this stuff has successfully been removed, I think. I don't think we need any of this anymore. We've got the rest of this stuff sorted. That should help enormously. So much so far so good for that. Yeah, let's lose text score. The stuff that I'm doing now is much more useful than divvying things up between numbers of bright, sonorous, and dark peaks. In particular, I technically don't have, well, hang on. Are we using total peaks for this? We're storing up a hype score. I guess we find out whether or not we are even doing that at all. are we doing it here? We're checking for hype score. We're updating it. I have a better idea. Let's comment out some of this stuff. If it survives when we comment it out, that means we're on the right track. So we'll lose that. Looks a bit to me like some of this stuff which of these are active, which of these are not. And all in the middle of that, there's other things I'm not doing. So I should be able to lose those. I don't know if I can, but we'll find out. Ooh, hi. Okay, where are you having that problem? That's where. Ooh, that implies also that, yeah. I can't be shadowing that. We're running this, yes. But I can't be shadowing it. I have to work on the one that is globally available because I'm about to use it down here. And to fail to use this down here means that the scoring thing ain't going to work. And I also don't have the original version to compare to. So that's a little unfortunate, but what are you going to do? This also blows my mind a little bit that it's checking on this and it's updating these things if we are at the rollover point, and only then is it checking for ps.size, but it shouldn't be caring about that. I don't understand that part at all. I don't know what its deal is there. Feels like something is wrong. Where's our bright peaks and mid peaks and dark peaks? Is it in here anywhere? I don't think it is. Guess what? We're going to see if those things are also avoidable. And remember when I had another problem? Let's try to solve the other problem too. Then we can bring in some of our information. Oh, looky here. We can also do this. Yikes. Yikes and bikes. What the hell? Okay. So in theory, we just drew lines for all of these panels because in the original, there were lines there because they were being drawn across every area. We'll keep that for consistency purposes. So here's the big problem. When we draw the override for the slew, there's a problem. I also wonder whether I wasted my own time moving that mid-peak stuff and mid and bright and dark peaks. Do I care? Does my code care? I don't know yet. So here's the one that's messed up. Why? Because this is not scaled correctly anymore. So it's starting from the right place, but VS is not 200, and in the original code, VS was 200. VS now goes to 600. So what we want to do VS times exactly a third. Let's see if it worked. O for indirection requires pointer operator. I never had to actually type that multiply. While we're at it, let's make these be the same value. They were. So yeah, VSD can be times 600, but when we're scaling the size of it, or anything, when we're scaling the size of anything, oh, and looky there, I see another place where that is a concern. So let's take this entire little chunk of code and let's go and find everywhere that we are scaling something by a size, like this clipping business. If peak larger than 196, fill rect. But if we do this fill rect and define a size of it rather than just the position of it, oh, and look, even that's wrong. Even that's wrong. So hang on. I'll get there, but I have a bunch of mistakes. So fill rect count 1. What are we doing? Oh, no, that is fine, but I am still correcting it appropriately. Build. Can you build? Let's see if you can build. Let's see how well we're doing as far as getting you to build. Hey, it thinks it succeeded. Let's find out how true that is. AE, the police, Roxanne. Effect stack that will let me play it without stumbling across content ID. And here we have hit record meter with the new depiction, their new drawings and everything. What I'm going to do eventually is move it to an appropriate place so that I can make my videos using it and just run it like that. and it should go to a high A position. Looks like it's drawing the same stuff. My line down at the bottom wasn't perfect, but that's okay. And the position of that FF is not great. I'm having trouble getting it to be an appropriate spot. Mind you, I could put it just straight up at the top of everything. That would work. It's not being scaled, whereas other things are. Also, you will note that it is not being updated, and that's a bigger problem. That's one of the things I was trying to check. So don't love that. Also, we seem to have drawn too far here. That's although for all I know, it is drawing it like that. It probably is drawing it like that. Because see, we see these here, but there's no way of telling whether it's actually drawing it underneath this area. I bet it's clipping that area. So technically, you can fix this. Also, our positioning is acting kind of funny in all kinds of ways. I do not love how, as we push it, look, you're seeing this part. We're seeing this part, and then it's clipping through. This is all that's showing, but this version is almost certainly also drawing this overshoot part. So I don't love that. That could be fixed in both places. And the clip does seem to be different. I think I've cut back the intensity with which the clip shows. Okay, so that's a couple of things to deal with. I have definitely cut back the intensity with which the clip shows. I do not understand why that would be. I think that's what I do. The more of a concern is, why is it not updating that score? And then we do have this stuff under here. Well, if we uncomment all of this stuff, can I make it update the score? I think that's a reasonable question to ask. Okay. So there be a little change, but it's a little change. Are we referring to .hype or .vibe? Well, let's just give it another try. What we had was not updating the score at all. Now I could just lose it, but I would like that to be there, and I would like that to be there and work the same way it did before. I guess we're going to find out. So technically we're also going to be drawing ugly crap all over our thing. But it's more important to find out whether the score thing was getting up to date. If we're drawing ugly crap all over our thing, that is a small price to pay in the service of getting it to actually do something useful. And it looks very much to me like I got it going, although I don't really know why it's not drawing ugly crap all over the place. Maybe if I move it further. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, so we don't need this, but it's drawing it anyway. And what I'm going to do is let it play and see whether it gets to what seems to be the same score that it had before. My thing says that it wants to go to AE. So if we get through the end of the song and it goes to AE, I know that that scored part was the same. Then all I have to do is get rid of the ugly crap being drawn on things. Alrighty, got it to AF. So this might be one of the tracks where it goes to A at the last possible moment. I've talked about that sometimes. And we will first lose the drawing of crap all over the screen in the wrong place, but then we will lose the unnecessary parts of this. Oh, and look, we got there. I should just put that score right up at the top. That's what I'm thinking. I should just put that score right up at the top. Maybe I'll do it with the same type of font and stuff that the other things are being drawn on. They're not very large, but maybe it doesn't need to be a very large label. It's there for people who still care about that, which I don't think you should. There's too much good information that's not just a text score now. I should also move that up to the top because that implies that ties it to this is stuff related to the top meter. Oh hey, we got to an even higher score than I thought it had. Some of it is slightly wonky. We're in the zone anyhow. It said it went to AE and in fact it went to AD because that's just how good the plates are. And that'll be about it for that measurement. And we're good. Alrighty. Let's first lose text score. Let's lose drawing stuff, color stuff, Okay, we need hype score. Interesting. So where am I getting that then? Well, that's drawing stuff. All of that is drawing stuff. But I see where it's getting some of its information. So we need to do this stuff. Pick track matters. We need outgreen, whatever outgreen does. Meaning we need some of this too. I think it's storing outgreen from previous settings. So some of this, it's... Okay, so... This is part of how it's doing its thing. Evenness hype plus equals outgreen times hit color hype score. That matters. That's contributing to the score. Fall off. Fine. So evenness hype. Outgreen times hit color. Hit color is working from hue. Hue is being calculated from here. So that's weird. How are we doing hit color plus equals pow hue? Hue equals a juice color. That don't make any sense. How are you doing? What you doing? Well, I think we can safely lose these. We got that going for us. I'm not putting the text in there yet. Not quite yet. Is all very indirect. I wonder if I had a simpler method for calculating this earlier. Like, we do get to not draw as much of all this. Okay. So outgreen stuff is based on that. How many of these things are built into here? Yep, a bunch of this stuff is sustaining. Also, hue thinks it's a floating point number. Hue is a floating point number. Where do we get off assigning it to be a color? Oh, okay, so that's messy as anything. Yeah, hue is juice color all of this get hue. It's just converting it into, that's like from hue, saturation, and value. So its hue equals all of this get hue minus 0.5 and blah blah blah. So if we're assigning it here, let's lose that. That might work and it might not. I guess we'll find out. Some of that's going to get updated anyway. We're not quite ready yet. Well, okay, here's the next big question. Does it still work? Easiest way to charge through this is to see whether the rating part died when it stopped incorporating this insanely elaborate hue calculation. Because that's doing something kind of over clever in order to get there. And I'd really like to know whether what it was doing is necessary at all. And this is going to show me very rapidly. It absolutely needs it. It needs that. Dang it. That is super annoying. But true. But I think we can safely lose this stuff because it is just drawing. This is also just drawing. That has to, this series of things is also part of the equation, but some of it probably is not. So one of the things going on in here, the way that I got this happening, is it's looking at those peaks, it's looking in terms of how big the dots are, or maybe just leaving them alone, and trying to sort of maximize the density and breadth of the cloud being generated, all for the purpose of making something out of the peak charting, because that rating is a rating based on pretty much how loud and intense everything is. It wants there to be a lot going on with a lot of loud peaks constantly happening right up near the top. And so it's kind of chasing that. What I don't know is the extent to which PS dot size plays a role. That's something of a concern. Because this is only running once. So my question becomes, if it only hits as it crosses over, can I override forcing them to be 1, which is what it starts as? See, up here. Because all this stuff that we're doing to draw everything is getting kind of overwritten all over the place. And since we're only checking it once, let's see what it does. So we're only checking it once. We're not really going and doing this over again every single instant of every single second. Or are we? Time to find out. So this is supposed to get up to a score of AE or AD or something like that. And we've just changed everything around quite a bit. And it is still responding. So the question is, maybe it is just drawing all of the dots every single frame. If it's drawing all of the dots every single frame, that means something else. So the question becomes, if I just, at that point, set it so that those variables are literally just 1. In the assumption that when we're checking it, we have scanned through to the end of the screen, meaning it should not care what that dot size was left as, because it's not actually looking at it throughout all the drawing. Instead, what it's doing is it's looking at something else. And I would say that that is a successful experiment. It's a successful experiment because it has gotten to basically about the same that it was before. So the alterations in that variable shouldn't matter. I do believe this might actually be working. Hope so. That'd be nice. Got about a half an hour before thawing out cheese for my tacos, and I do get to have tacos again today. Let's see if it gets itself to AE or AD at the end of this playthrough. Because the rest of it appears to be behaving itself, except for that overshoot that I'm getting in the slew area. That's still misbehaving. I can probably do that indirectly. Oh. Yep. It got itself to the correct value. Cool beans. Does it get itself to AD? No. Alrighty. We've just established that we don't need this value. We've just established that what it cares about is loud score count. And this stuff does not actually matter or help. Good. Good. That's useful to know about. So how many of these things can I ditch? We don't get to ditch hue. As convoluted as it is actually needing to do that. It looks like it needs to do variety score and loud score as well. Ugh. Man, it's incorporating all the things, isn't it? This is a very complicated scheme of figuring out what to do. Mind you, that's fine. It's just a thing. We do what we can with what we got. I'm going to roll it into one ugly block of mess. It's what it has ended up being. Is just a block of mess. So what are we? Implicit conversion into juice uint 8. Unknown type name. Well, can we do it in caps? Well, that's not correct at all. Well, it's looking for uint. Oh, it's actually become up. No, it has not become upset. It's fine. Well, you're trying to get juice uint 8. Can I select this? Aha. AKA unsigned car. If we tell you to do this, are you then happy? Yes, it is. Fancy that. I guess it worked. I guess we'll find out. If it suddenly breaks, then it did not. So where's our next messy problem? Our next messy problem is the way that the slew over slew fails. So here we have this. Hey, April. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy what I'm doing. I'm trying to follow up something now with something else. Let's do this little mess. Look at you, you don't need brackets. Let's continue doing that. Let's see where we get. Yeah, you don't need brackets here either. So some of these brackets need to go, but they are at least showing me where some of my stuff is. So here's your problem. This ain't working. So, but I think I see an immediate fix. We're doing 400 minus this times VS. What that means is if we use literally exactly that, which is right here, times VS, that's the information for this next bit. So here's 400 minus this. Here's this. There are too many parens in there, but that's fine. There we have our parens back again. Now I go to where right lives. If it's larger than 194, we draw that thing, and same deal. $400 minus this, so then the height of it is going to be this. So we copy that, we paste it in there. Because it needs to go down to 400. That should do that. Do I have too many parens in here? Yep. We don't need quite as many of those either. They must have played a role in the other one. Same here. We don't need a double set of parentheses there. Okay. That should have solved that bit. I think it did. It should go down to 400 times VS each time. We'll find out. We'll find out whether that's true or not. Now we go to the very end here and print some things. So here is another place. Selectively draw backgrounds. We're not using blink and display. We're just going to draw it every single time. But we can copy this from here and run with it. It goes above juice colors gray or dark gray. No, that's the text. Goes below this. And then we're going to set so we're going to do what we did before. The entire if statement goes away, leaving only the brackets. We do that, and then we've got a bunch of brackets sitting around, and it's going to draw these things over each other because we need to vertically space them appropriately. So do not selectively draw backgrounds. Draw all the backgrounds quite unselectively. Draw everything. So eight across, 4 down, and then 204 down. But that now also needs to be multiplied by VS. Oh wait, no, even that I got wrong. So 204 down and 404 down. And now that needs to be times VS. Even the 4 needs to be times VS. And then we're drawing these dB markings normally. Oh, hi. I guess yeah, like the other ones, we cast it. Fine. Doable. Doable, doable, doable. Boop. Boop. And boop. And I do believe that got there. Alrighty, so now we're drawing the text for that stuff, but then the zero cross is going to be drawn in the wrong place. Plus, this is also where to sneak in rating. So not this so much. And then, okay, so we'll have it be at the same position. And then int 4 times VS, same as the other ones. Aurora, what are you doing? Staying cool. You found a new revolutionary way of being cool? Well, I mean, you're already cool, but what are you talking about? And gdraw text. Let's put this here. cut toes off socks, rinse them in water, and wearing them on your forearms? Cool. That sounds like it would absolutely work. Nice. Ooh, what are we doing setting color to dark gray? That don't make no sense. And then laterally, +4. Alrighty. Let's see how we got. I think we'll go back to our example. Not only that, I feel like I'm going to try to approximate I can move there. We're going to approximate the, oh, look, zero cross is not being drawn correctly. Neat, but probably fixable. I see an issue here, but that's not an overslew drawing, so probably cool. Even if it isn't cool, I think we can live with it. And have we successfully solved the overslew drawing? One way we can find out is by cranking the highs on this control. But we're probably going to see it anywho. Got there. That has successfully capped this overslew stuff. So here's our zero cross labeling. It's not actually being drawn correctly. I need to move things in a little bit. And we could probably do with the lettering being a little bit, well, no, not necessarily. When it gets too small, we shrink so that it doesn't draw those annotations unless it is able to make sense of them. And we're still drawing our stuff, although the positioning of this is off. But it is drawing it. You know what? We could put it in the zero cross section. Look, there's space here. There absolutely is space here. Perfect. I would want it to be centered, but we can do that. So yeah, coming along. It's going to be real interesting trying to upload this and see if Pamplaju successfully builds it. That's going to be an experience. Cut. And paste. I think I successfully found, oh, hang on. I'm pondering whether I would like it to be drawing this stuff in dark gray. I do have that as an available setting. Ooh. And scale font needs help. Scale font is square root VS times 61, but VS goes to 600 rather than 200. Meaning that I guess what would happen is, rather than increasing it or changing it there, we'd be looking at about 3 times this, or do we? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's fine. First things first. I successfully found the reflow and reindent in modern Xcode, which I thought was gone forever. I didn't think that it had this anymore. Turns out it does, but you have to look it up in Editor. You go to Editor, Structure, Reindent, and then it's able to do it. So I was looking for it in like View or Find or something. That at least is kind of cool. I have been frustrated before at not being able to find that. So now this is what I am thinking. Let's do something a little bit more fun. We can keep this. We can keep that. We can even do this. Looks to be a float anyway, so we're allowed. We can even do this if it lets me select, which it may or may not. I think it's going to be annoying about it. XLR cable does indeed need to click in such a satisfying way. That's what keeps it from coming out when you don't want it to. Pretty sure that's the part we're talking about. What we're going to do is steal all this stuff, draw it in a darker color and a larger font, and go from there. Boop. But one final thing. And this is also where I straighten out that centering part and the horizontal positioning part, I think. So let's see. Boop. Boop. And here's where it starts being offset. So that needs to be 8 like the other one. And it needs to be 404 like the other one. And it needs to be display width -11 like the other one. And 32 like the other one. And then we should be good. And we've already set it to color gray. So that's drawing all the markings. There is one problem. The width was not correct. However, I might be able to fix that by kind of reversing these things a little bit. So this is drawn along one side. That's how far it starts out. Oh, look, it's actually 8 that we're starting on. So let's do the same for this. And then it is display width -11. We might need more, but nothing is really stopping us from making these all be consistent. They're just the bounding boxes and don't need to be nearly this lenient, but it should give me a hint as to whether I'm in the zone. And now we hit build. Ooh, you got nice. You got snacks. I am getting into the zone of getting some more bananas and making my snack for that. Like what I do is, as if I was making banana bread, what you do is you get bananas, and also, while I can still get them, frozen orange juice concentrate hasn't gotten too insanely expensive. It's going to get worse, but that is my assumption. And you let the bananas get overripe. And I've had a problem of this drawing fruit flies, which is super annoying, but I'm dealing with them as best I can. But you let the bananas get overripe, put them in a bowl, smush them up, and pour in some, but not all, of the orange juice concentrate, and just straight up freeze it. It is not like ice cream or sorbet in the sense of being soft and spoonable, but if you scrape it with a spoon, it's just as good. And if you had a proper ice cream maker, it would be much better, but I don't, so what do you want? Ooh, and we didn't update this, did we? You know what? I feel like I could do better. If it's starting at 8, what if the display width went over to 16? Wouldn't that be better indentating? I feel like these should be consistent. Meaning also that these need to be 8s. And then all of this stuff turns into 16s, and that's probably the correct layout. Alrighty. Build that. So this should be now drawing the markings. Oh, a meter long, 10 foot. I have a thing that I can use to put bananas in to let them ripen that shouldn't cause that problem. I've got this little Tupperware thing that should fit the number of bananas I'm going to need, and that would most likely work. Then when you're actually making it, you end up with all these banana peels. Those go into the bin that goes to recycling, because I get to recycle kitchen trash, including used coffee filters and coffee grounds, free at my local recycling / dump place. They let me bring in that kind of stuff. All I got to do is dump out the bin, and that I pay for household trash, but you get to that organic stuff, you get to ditch for free. So I like that. And you get to ditch cardboard and plastic containers and things like that. Alrighty. I don't think I remembered to save the meter. I absolutely did not. It saved the positions, but it did not save the meter. But look at how nice that is now. Look at how nice that is. It's showing exactly what it's supposed to. So now we're going to save that. That should hold the size. And then we get to do this. Like I said, it drew a little smudge over that line. Though I could draw the line over the smudge, technically. I know how to do that. Okay, so the positioning of this, there's space on this side. There is no space on this side, so I need to dial this in. You can technically kind of see and read it, but not really very well. The hertz and the zero cross are right up against the edge. And this will be the view for upcoming forbidden music and stuff. Anything that I show is now going to be acting like this. So we get to see not only the density, which was always the case, but also this high frequency stuff nice and clear, and also what the lows are doing nice and clear. And it all follows the same rules as what's going to be in Console X. Our metering options, but it will show all of them at once. And there was much rejoicing. So let's go and fix this width business. I'm pretty sure I know what I want to do with that. Everything can scooch over and start 6 over rather than 8. That gives me 2 pixels of balance. Going back to the original 6s. And then display width minus 16 needs to be display width minus something bigger than that. I mean, 18 would give me 2 pixels, but I feel like that's not enough. Let's do 20. We'll get there. Oh, missed one. That's 4 pixels, and also the initial one was scooched over by 2 pixels. So that's probably going to be enough. We'll find out real quick. The positions of the font seem fine. I am actually curious whether it'll look nicer if we allow the color to stay as dark gray. we're going to go for a completely different track, but the same basic thing. We're going to see whether it saved the position of the new larger meter. It did. This is good. That's what I'm wanting it to be doing, because when I'm doing the this is going to replace what I'm using for Forbidden, etc. So what it's going to do is just position it like there, and I do believe I have my positionings looking nice again. So content hiding engaged, and setting things to be a little quieter, disengaged. And I'm going to go and get my cheese ready for making tacos, but I will play you a little Donald Fagen that you get to hear little snippets of. And this is what you'd be looking at if I was to be doing that as a Forbidden. And it would go a little something like this.
And the stars that strike this dreams it at this point in time. Future looks bright, light and glitter. Yeah. New York to Paris, well back. What a beautiful, what a glorious time. What a beautiful world. What a glorious. Ticket to that wheel. The witness to that game. You know, at home we'll play by the sun. Big weather for a stream. Jackets, one for every. This will be to be free. This will be to be free.
Back. What a beautiful world this will be when I'm able to show off stuff using this freaky new meter. So here's the next thing. Having worked out that I believe the positioning of all those things is either perfect or very close, I feel like I could move it, all of the lettering, 1 pixel to the right and get away with it. But maybe I'm just being ambitious. Of course I'm going to do it. We're going to move everything 1 pixel to the left. Right, rather. And here's how you do that. Then I always like doing these sequential things in this repetitive sort of way. I kind of like it that way. It might be repetitive stuff, but it's repetitive stuff that I can do. And ditch that. That's probably fine. Ooh, I remember I was able to draw a dividing line here. Although I don't know if I need to draw it like this. We are apparently trying to draw this with 3 lines. I see a mistake that can be remedied. Firstly, let's grab that and put it down in the bottom after all the dots have been drawn. I'm going to show you why that is interesting. We'll actually draw that here just before drawing these. In theory, that will put the moving line inside each of these 3 regions, but then draw these over that moving line. It's doing a resizable window background ID. And then we're going to do one further thing. That scales too. Something I have failed to acknowledge, but I'm about to acknowledge now. Do I want to have this be 2 or just 1? Let's see what 1 looks like. Oh, no, I've got it calculated out. We use 2's in this, so we're going to assume that it wants to be what it wants to be. Let's build it and see what we get. Then if we get away with this, we can try... Oh, let's live dangerously. AC/DC. We can try uploading it. Oh, it remembered the positioning. Our offset seems nice. And this is the kind of information you want to get off of this puppy. Yeah. Hit record meter with new forms of identifying what a Hitly kind of thing would be. And it is even doing its nice little drawing of not only the zero cross part, but then it is also drawing the score. And it is already up to AF because that's just how AC/DC rolls. And Muttlange did this on purpose. Muttlange knew what he was doing, making this stuff act this way. We can but learn to do likewise. And I do believe it is drawn the spots and things, but then it's drawn the line over them. And I think it can overlap this line, but you know, that's fine. Technically, I could draw little white splotches there just to make sure, but that's fine. It has drawn a 3 pixel wide dividing line there. And all of this stuff appears to be as I would want it to be. Cool. Man, I can hardly wait to do the next Forbidden and the next Patron video, because they get to use this. And so too do you get to use this in a moment. If you were still here on the stream, which there's 4 of you doing something, here's my next thing to do. Having successfully gotten this thing working, thankfully, I'm delighted about that. And we're also in the process of getting this up and running, which will have all of those available as options. And I'll be uploading that. Yeah, we're not quite ready with this. I've still got to continue making this. It's not quite done yet. But we can see whether this builds today. Let's find out. We can quit out of there. We got all of this stuff ready to go. This is Airwindows Meter. Are you familiar with Airwindows Meter? Airwindows. If not, maybe this is your chance to become familiar with it. Let's double check and see if it can build for Intel. This is just local, so there is that. I'm going to make this one change. It doesn't look quite right. I'm going to have it tuck in over at the edge slightly more. And we will see whether that looks better. It was doing pretty respectively, though. Tell you what, I've just built it like that, And we're about ready to upload it if it turns out that that's what we want. We'll fire up the whole thing again. We'll be doing content hiding again. I do think I like it being indented closer to the edge because it's going on the negative, the minus there. So yeah, that doesn't space out quite as much, but that's probably fine. So what it does is this. We're like quietly playing the noise. Airwindows meter does this. The top section is a peak meter. A peak meter is showing where the loudest bits of the sound are. It is not an RMS meter. The second one is, and has always been, the original one was like this as well, a slew rate meter. A slew rate meter is showing you where the bright sounds are making sudden motions in the waveform. And in this case, it is taking the slew rate and it is doing slew rate relative to peak energy. What that means is the red spots happen when exciting high frequency sounds are happening. And then the bottom meter is the zero cross meter. It's also showing the rating for the track. And low frequencies go down to a setting on this meter where the lines are. So it is showing what frequencies are present. So if you have a desire to not do frequencies below 45 Hertz, it'll show you whether they're below 45 Hertz or not. As you can see, the lead track off of Synchronicity is basically hitting on all imaginable cylinders. All of its peaks are loud and sonorous. I could probably put a note up there as well, but I'm tempted to let it slide. Anyways, all I would be doing is saying peaks, not RMS. Everything has to be below clipping for this to work. And this is my informational stuff for how I make things happen. This shows me what the sound of hit records were, what they're doing that's special. If I want to match the sound of something like this, and like I go, it doesn't have the weight, and I look at my display and it does not have spots down at the bottom, I know that I don't have enough bass and I have to turn the bass up. If I am trying to get the sound of the Police Synchronicity album and my spots on the zero cross meter are way too large, I need to turn the bass down. If I'm not getting these red spots, I need to have more high frequencies happening. If everything is producing giant spikes coming up from the bottom of the slew meter, that means I probably have too much high frequencies and they don't need to be as bright as that. And that's pretty much the gist. That's how this all works. And we've just gone through Synchronicity 1, seeing how it do and what it do. And unlike the original, this one gets to do a special trick. Namely, oh, it ain't showing quite right. Let's go over to here. We can have it be pretty much full size. So it gets to draw this much bigger. And that gives you more resolution on what's happening. More detail, you might say. Whereas the original meter wasn't able to do that quite as much. But we are looking at the sound. Effectively, we are looking at the sound. peak energy is not easily understood unless you're looking at it in this way. You're seeing the cloud of what's happening. We're not even showing RMS. We do not care. Slew energy is even less easy to understand, but I've got a new window upon it. Oh, and look, I have a concern, which is probably worth me paying attention to. Look at this. It is drawing a line, but it's not drawing the line down in the bottom. It's drawing the stuff, but it's not drawing the line. Interesting. Look at that. It ain't drawing my line properly, and I bet I can tell you why. I know why. I didn't scale it by FS. Cool. Figured it out. See? That's exactly the problem. VS, I should say. Amazed that I missed that. I got everything else. Glad I did that. That would have been a very silly mistake. Ooh. Might as well. All right, build please. Let's see if we fixed the final detail. While we're at it, don't mind me doing my thing. Let's do a completely different thing that I've not seen before. Oh, this should be fun. I've not measured this before. This is off of Grateful Dead's Europe 72, and it's Mr. Charlie. It's a very funky track, or Pigpen was the lead vocal. Back to Meter Heidi. Back to making it go pretty well full screen. Yeah, so this is technically not what you would call a hit record. It's a classic Grateful Dead record. That doesn't make it the same thing as a hit record. So they got a pretty warm sound on this album. And that is consistent with the Grateful Dead being the Grateful Dead. But you'll notice, even though there is very little highs going on, and I should take a moment and check to see whether this is set flat. We can adjust this too, but for now I'm not concerned about that. I'm interested in seeing what this shows me, because I've not studied Europe 72 in this new meter yet. So I clearly have room for hype in the highs if this was me working on this. On the other hand, we have a very extended bass. Doesn't really need to make the lows be much louder. Not that I can't get away with a little bit. So if we add some lows, That makes that bigger. And then if we add some highs, everything will start lining up a little bit more. So now we've made that louder. We're getting more sonority. We did want that boost of highs. We've got a little bit of clipping here. It's expected. And then let's see if we can just cut that. Yeah, so we apply this filtering on it. And we get a more lively Europe 72 sound. Which is not necessarily what you'd want. Maybe you'd want it to be the original raw deal. But if I was going around fixing or changing this, I might do that. Can even more highs, less lows, even less lows. Oh, in a minute. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so rather than turn my voice up, I'll just stop playing that music. But yeah, this is what you would do if you were going about like remastering Grateful Dead off of Europe 72 to make it sort of sit with other music. Ooh, okay, that's interesting. What's going on here? We've got a case of vanishing lines. Check that out. We got lines here until we don't. So I think that it's nice having the lines there, but by the same token, since it's nice having the lines there, let's make them not go away. That seems screwy. As much as we can do this, as much as we can have a meter the size of a postage stamp that still delivers useful information. Yeah, humans like bright frequencies, don't take it too far, and they seem to like we see here, unexpected bright frequencies, stuff that pokes out beyond where the peak energy is at. That's what that, and when the peak energy is really high, in a way it's almost like, let me fool with this a little bit more. I feel like I want to make this appearing and disappearing line thing stop happening. I'm not happy with that. Let's use the color of the line, but let's strip down some of this other stuff. We're doing so well. We're getting so close. I might not have time to see whether it builds when I do finally upload this. But if we lose that and then we lose this, we have just one line, and that should be enough. And even we can get a little more frisky and have the line be slightly, wait, that's not correct. No, wait, that is correct. That is the height of the line. So we can get a little frisky and have it be 1.618. Then it'll be a slightly heavier line than before. Let's see what that did. I'm assuming that'll stop it from becoming 0. I would have imagined that you would end up having 1 at least, but I could be mistaken. Let's see what we got. Twisted wave. Open up a recent thing. We'll do the same one. We'll do effect stack. Now let's see whether these lines are fugitive or not. They're a little less thick now, but they're in the right place. Oh, they still disappear. Weirdly, the other lines don't. Those side things are supposed to disappear. But we've got these winking out of existence. However, I do know what to do about that. I don't know whether I want the line to be the same dark gray color as this text. But don't have to worry about that so much. We can do this. There. Now they ain't going to disappear, because they will be one at least. I'm contemplating the idea of having that be golden ratio times Vs plus 1. I don't know, Aurora. I don't know. Technically, I don't know which microphone you have, although I'm wondering whether maybe it's the new Shure. The Shure SM7. Let's see what we got. That should have solved that problem. We can but try. It seems like there's always a final detail to deal with. That said, it's nice that we got through some of those details. Alrighty. That looks like a dark gray. I thought I told it to be a light. On the other hand, at least it's hanging in there, and if we make it larger, it's a little bit heavier. We're definitely still snapping from one position to the next. I don't completely love that. Especially when I don't think these guys are doing it. What are we doing with those original lines? They're up here. Okay, they're 0. This is how far down they are. This is how wide they are. They are, in fact, literal 1. So we're drawing lines, but we're not trying to scale the width of that line. So we can do likewise here. Now we should be setting the color to gray before doing this. That should work. I think maybe my my moving line is gray, but I think these are actually light gray. I think that's the story here. Let's see if it works. And we could also get a little bit frisky and make a slightly heavier border. Oh, that's not a thing. By making them always be 2 rather than always be 1. They'll still be the lighter gray, but they'll be a little bit more heavy. What do we got now? Does this look nice? Different track this time. Yeah, I think that looks nice. There's a consistency to it. It's a slightly heavier line, but it's still kind of pale. We can make it all nicely miniature if we want. Postage stamp meter, yay. Looky there, useful information in the space of an icon. Literally. Airwindows icon meter. Or Airwindows size of the screen meter. So the positioning of the captions aren't perfect, but they're better when I have it at the desired size. You know what? I think that's close enough to being good. I think we kind of got there. One final build, and then it will be time to follow the instructions for re-uploading it. Instructions, you say? Yes, that is what I say. We got there with that. There's my notes. Shouldn't need to update the rest of these things because we're uploading into the existing Airwindows meter. This is what people are directed to when they follow that link. And so all of my rest of my stuff that's not supposed to be shown here, although it's somewhat, anything that's a password there is actually obfuscated. It's a reference to something that only I know. But there is a notarization password that's an ASP-specific password, and that's real. So I'm going to avoid showing that. So here's what we do. CD desktop juice Windows meter. I need to, before I do anything here, I've got to update everywhere it has a version in it. I don't see one there, but I'm looking for multiple places for it. So we're going to go 020. This is enough to make it a minor update. Also saves us the trouble of going to 0113. Save that. I would quite like to know whether I have other Do I have other version files in here somewhere? Oh, okay. My instructions say it's a version at root level and a version in builds. My instructions say, before attempting a new tag and before pushing the changes, update version in both places because nobody said which to use. I do not enjoy that, but it's the truth. So presumably there's a version in here. I do not see a version in there. Weird, but okay. There I am thinking that it's going to follow the instructions and do what I expect, and it's still messing with me. How about in packaging? Nope. Version juice? Nope. Nope. I think there's only this one version. I do not understand why there is not another version, but there ain't, so we're rolling with it. So having updated the version at root level and not finding a version in the other place, which presumably means that's not the one to use, right? I do not get. We're then going to do git add capital A. Commit M. We're calling this 020 upgrade. So unless something goes horribly wrong, I really do think this works as an upgrade. 5 files changed, 146 insertions, 155 deletions. We changed all manner of stuff. Hopefully this works for people. We'll find out. And we got there. Oh, I made a mistake. And we want to do that. And we want to do that should start. I can't actually see what I type, but new tag. In theory, this is now building the new plugin for all y'all. If that worked, we're good. If not, I don't have time to fix it. So we do the best we can. 3 folks left on stream, and it's almost time for tacos, which I am going to allow myself to have tacos at an appropriate time today. Even if this didn't go off exactly as anticipated, we're going to live with it. But I'm going to watch what it does. And see whether we got anywhere. Do not know if we, where are we going to find this? Actions. Ooh, okay. And progress. Last was December 26, 2025. I think you hear it raining outside. That should cool things off nicely. I've got some Bee Gees in my record collections. I intend to use them and play them for people. In particular, I've always been kind of fond of Jive Talking. Jive Talking is so dynamic compared to what you're used to these days. It's mind-boggling. It'll be interesting to see whether this finishes up and works. In the meantime, you mentioned Bee Gees. I picked the wrong thing. What am I doing? That's something else. Here we go. Sadly, I can't play you all of this, but I can do what I've been doing this entire time, and we can play bits of it while waiting for the 020 upgrade to complete. Alrighty, so this is what Drive Talking would look like on the new meter. Bassy kicks. Sure enough, points of interest. It's gonna go nuts when they do the clapping. Indeed.
Ain't no man
it play through. Alrighty. Little glimpses of the Bee Gees Drive Talking. And all of this is in aid of me getting ready to do Console X3, where you'll be able to dial in all kinds of stuff and hopefully get things sounding the way that you want. That's enough of that. And we are still in the process of doing 020. I got 5 minutes before the end of stream. I guess we can wait it out. Yeah, the rain is settling down a little bit outdoors. I am bracing myself for a very busy tomorrow. I've got all manner of stuff going on, but that's fine. Sometimes it's kind of nice that way. Sometimes it's nice when everything lands all at once and you spend a day just scrambling around doing so many things. And then you don't have, issues. I see issues. This is going to do the same thing, I bet. If this one failed, then so is this one going to fail. Okay, I need to ask Sudara for help. Sudara is the one that does this, and something has gone wrong. I don't know what that stuff's about. Seems to be having a problem of some kind. These are warnings. I don't think it'll die in warnings. Errors. Okay, so 4 errors generated as well. Same problem that Windows was running into. Something to do with this stuff. It is having a problem. This is going to apply to my, this is going to apply to Console X3 as well. This is me trying to make it do this. And these are identifiers that Juice seemed to have on tap, but Linux and Windows are not finding them available. Could it be that it needs to update Juice on the website? Anywho, here's where we're at. So I don't get to give this to you today, sorry. I did my best. I got as close as I could come. Next, I log off. I'm going to go and make my tacos, but before I do that, I'm going to squawk for help to Sudara. It was able to build on Mac OS. That's interesting. Ooh, intrats. Huh, okay. So Mac OS, it was fine with it. This is definitely the code. Shucks, let's just jump back in then. It's almost a tradition to hack away at this stuff on into the night. Intrats, you probably have the answer. Was it in here? Was it in here? Probably in here. perhaps not. Maybe how about here? No, clearly not. One of these damn things. Ah. Okay, there was your problem. Oh, check this out. I think I see something going on here. So skip up to here. If you're building on Linux, it doesn't know what any of these are. If you're building on Mac OS, it knows what all of them are. If you're building on Windows, it doesn't know which. So the whole thing was in aid of being able to do this particular thing. It would be a pity if we can't. Huh. Okay, there we go. Okay, so it doesn't know what any of this stuff is. It didn't even know what Target OS Win32 is. Well, it works on Mac. Well, it's not going to have that. Nope. Oh, verified. So it's supposed to be able to deal with this, but apparently not. And the same objection holds. It should be doing an if because they're clearly not bools and it's behaving as if they were. And they apparently are bools on Mac, but that doesn't help. I mean, I can just leave this stuff out if it comes to it, but it would be awfully nice to be able to do dark mode and light mode and stuff. It knows what some of this stuff is. It's colored like it's a bool. Fair. Yeah, I guess it's an Xcode thing then. So presumably it's these. But then I'm still using them like they are Booleans. And they're flagged as something here, but not in a useful way. Like, can you do a if that isn't a defined thing? Because if that's not true, then we can't do this at all. All right, undeclared identifier. So all this stuff is being declared, but only on Mac. My logic isn't going to be friendly to that. I don't know if I can if-def in the middle of a statement like this. Let's see if we even have that defined, though. Okay, that's clearly wrong. And then again, we have to do if-def. Okay, well, cool. We'll give it a try. And then else. Ooh, look at you. Extra tokens at end of if-def directive. So it didn't like that much. And it's now it's able to find that. But we're still running into that if-def problem. Didn't like that. Yeah, I think I totally can't, unfortunately. But what I could do is roll back to this, and then we'll just change it a little bit right up here. Well, fair. But I still think I can do more. I can use fdef to override that. That should work. And then we needn't worry about that because it was a false path anyway. We'll use that again, right there. That covers all that stuff. So now this would build, it just won't do anything. And now we do a ifdef for that. Hang on. Up. Like that. Ooh, extra tokens at end of if-def directive. Does that mean we don't need the semicolon? Or does it mean we do this? Probably means we do that. Yep, got there. I got there. Alrighty. In theory, that should work. Feels a little bit weird, but if it works, it's cool. I have a tendency of staying up late doing this kind of stuff, but I would prefer to also have that work for X3 bus. Which is exactly this code. So that ought to be ready to go for when I need to use that. And we now build this to see if it builds. Looks like it succeeded. There's no reason it shouldn't. It should be fine. I even used a different name for these variables. So we got one version. And a fairly straightforward routine for figuring this one out. Thank you, Intrets, for being around for this. It's the sort of thing that I could conceivably know, but I didn't. And let's see about bringing this up to speed. Tag 121. Alrighty. And now we wait. Or we could do something else while we wait. I mean, it took about 10 minutes. I could put on some music and go and start cutting the tomatoes for my tacos or something like that. I would like to still be streaming in case this goes live and is available, because if it goes live and is available and I put it out, then you can have it. And I'd kind of like that. We shall see. I'm not worried about triggering a build manually. It's a continuous integration thing. And I don't understand that stuff very well at all, so I let it do its own thing. So I tell you what, how about I fire up stream audio and something that we're familiar with, like Welcome to Free Luna. I'll put it on like Neuron Factory or something. We get to listen to this all we want. So, or at least you do, because I might not hear it. I have to rerun Audio Hijack to be able to hear any of it. But now I can directly go with Meter itself. Because this is permissible to play on stream. It's mine. And so, let me shuffle some of my stuff a little bit. So if that goes green, we're good. That is the most recent 021. Now, if I was doing this while watching it in Meter, I would have been able to set up the sound better. I'm going to go off and get some of my taco stuff ready, leaving some music going. But it doesn't matter because we got there. Check it out. It built. Thank you very much, Intrets. And you know what that means? We have a release. And we've got these things that can be downloaded. And honestly, previous releases that I have seen made it easier for me to set this up. I don't like this. But we're ready to go. So firstly, I got to write this stuff, and then I got to figure out how to tell it to be a release. That's the correct tag. So release latest. That will make it be a release. That will make them be downloadable. Oh, now what? Bada boom. And now we can go boop. And now if we go to releases, boom. If you would like this, you may have it. It is now out. I think I'm going to drop this weekend, seeing as it's now formally out and all. And looking forward. All of the other stuff still holds. And it now resizes usefully, so we got that going on too. Splendid. Splendid. And on this note, now I get to go and have my tacos for dinner. I've done all of the tomato and lettuce making and everything. Pretty much ready to go. So thanks everybody for hanging with me. I wasn't sure I was going to get through all of that because there was always the possibility that Pample Juice would give me fits. But it turns out it was just me being a little bit too clever and somebody on stream knew how to do it. So cool beans. I will talk to you later. I'll be back on Thursday. We'll maybe be fooling with Console X3 or maybe doing something entirely different. I haven't decided yet. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.